Hello. Welcome to Automat Live Coding. Today we are starting early. This is a stream where we create let's call it a visual scripting engine. Let it compile, I'll show you in a sec. What it really is, it's like I said, it's a visual scripting engine which is meant to be used for automating games. It has a bunch of functions related to pressing keys, mouse buttons, and capturing windows. So we have a window capture. We can do some text recognition. Soon we will add some visual algorithms for image processing and so on. And during the
strip says,
"Where are you from?"
Hey, during the recent streams we've been give me a sec, I will do the introduction. During the recent streams we've been doing some changes in how the rendering infrastructure works, and it was kind of totally unintended, but everything became just more performant. Like I don't know why. Like everything is suddenly just a lot faster. I mean, composition. Like when I drag those connections and everything, it seems like they can connect. They animate more efficiently now. However, when we've done this change, we also lost some things. Some of the features that were working are not working anymore. For instance, the connection between the macro recorder and timeline, it used to look differently, and now for some reason it has this flag shape. Anyway, we are going to fix some of those issues. So that like a lot of things were broken during the last stream. Like half of this system was broken. So I started. So this is all the stuff that I did off stream yesterday. So now we have shadows. Shadows are working again. So when I'm picking up an object, you can see that it's casting shadow, and the shadow even it behaves properly. So there is the virtual lamp above the window, and when I move the object around, the shadow also moves. And pick a group of objects. Maybe not this group. That is interesting. I will have to investigate what's happening here. Anyway, I can grab groups of objects. Yeah, the Z ordering works, so it moves above the toolbar, above the black hole when I grab them. So this works. The instruction library was broken. So our list of instructions, first of all, it animates more smoothly now. And yeah, I can grab the instructions and they properly fade in now. Again, really sweet, really sweet. Yeah, the shadows are animated, so they do not change suddenly, and there is a smooth fade. There is some under the hood improvements, so Toy Store, where we used to store toys. Toys are the graphical widgets. We need a very efficient way to store those toys. And because we are looking them up constantly. So now we are using this container called Uncle Unordered Dance. And if you search online for this, search online. It's not the best, but it's one of the best hash maps out there. It's header only, it's very simple to use. So this is a really nice blog post, one with benchmarks for hash maps. Alphabetically, this is the first one, but the access pattern that we expect to use the most is this. So actually the best map for us would be this JG, dense hash map. Hey, dense hash. What is this? Better performance but loose stable addressing. That could be another nice candidate. And honestly, I'm not a big fan of header-only collections, but I guess this is the only way to implement a collection in a performant way. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. We can swap them up for something better. But this one is very good. It's not the fastest out there, but it's very close. Come on. Okay, maybe not so super close. This one. This one. Anyway, so we have a new hash map in Automat. So we are probably going to use unordered maps from STL a lot less now. What else came in? What else? We removed some deprecated functions. Machine and machine toy were split, so there are no more hybrid objects in Automat. That was a huge task, which I left on the roadmap a year ago. You probably do not remember, but here we had like 15 different tasks, and each of them was like a couple of hours of work. All of them are implemented now. So we now have a much better split between VM and UI. So the VM objects and UI objects are managed much better now, so that UI can refer to VM objects, but VM does not refer to UI objects anymore. I mean, it still does, but those are deprecated, and I'm slowly getting rid of those uses. Okay, then we have mouse. Mouse objects. So the stuff that I create from here, I actually fixed it so that even if I do a very fast movement, it's going to create the objects properly. There were some issues there. And yes, I am slowly taking a step towards LLVM style inheritance. Yeah, that was a big dependency for this new inheritance. This is going to allow us to do basically almost free up and down casts. And then there were some issues with macro recorder. They are not fully addressed yet, but this is the plan for today. I fixed the mess. So macro recorder, when I started it, it had some issues when creating timeline. There are still some issues when we create new key objects. You can see there are no key objects right now. I need to zoom in, and suddenly they appear. So there is something here that causes, I mean, I'm probably not waking the root widget or something like that. Anyway. And today we are going to fix this animation issue. So when a new object appears, I do not want it to fly from coordinate 0, 0 like it does now. I think all objects spawn at the origin right now, and they just fly in. I want those objects to appear exactly where they should appear. And if an object is created by another object, I want this animation to also show that the newly created object flies out of the object which created it. So this is the plan for today. Animating appearance of new objects. A couple of things we'll have to fix. So this will be one. I mean, location widget is animating its grow, but we need to investigate why the new locations, when they are created, why they appear at 0, 0, and fix this. And then the objects for tracks. We mark them as yellow. Those are things that we will try to take care of. And the last one is that if an object is created by another object, it should kind of show its origin. It should like come from its creator. So this is the plan. This is the plan for coding today, and we'll probably have some breaks because I have some today I have some free Opus edits, so we'll probably use this. And in the meantime, we can watch a presentation about Fluoride. There is a new game engine apparently, and I read the overview. It sounds super interesting, so we'll take a look at it. I also took a look at Flutter widgets, and I was hoping that there is maybe some nice idea behind Flutter widgets, but Flutter widgets are just, just UI widgets. Very well known thing that, same stuff that we have in React or all of the graphical UI libraries, those kind of widgets. Basically rectangles on screen, which do stuff. Yeah, and there is a lot of this layout. Yeah, I feel like half of the UIs, half of the effort spent on UI goes towards layout. And I feel like layout it's not super important. It's actually not important at all. Anyway. Motion widgets. Interesting. So this is something like a declarative way to define animations by wrapping widgets in other widgets. Hero animation. is that? What is hero animation?
Hero transitions are a common UI pattern. They let the user know that they change screens while keeping the focus of the interaction front and center.
Okay, this is... There has to be a more general way to do this kind of animation, you know. Contain more than one hero for each tag. Okay, so it's something that can fade different entities across different screens. I guess that works. You know, I like a different approach to animation. This feels a little bit retro to me, you know. I'm more of a fan of procedural animation and not really this kind of stuff. But this is interesting. I want to see how this works. One of the bullet points that was very interesting to me about this Fluorite engine is that it seems to be using a 3D rendering engine, which is being mixed here. And that sounds interesting. That sounds absolutely interesting. Because I have a need for 3D graphics in Automat. So if I had access to a 3D renderer, I'm already using Vulkan. I can really mix those things very easily here. Yeah, I'm just curious how this filament works. Okay, so that is the plan. I'm not going to play the video until we actually start doing some work. And I think we could start doing the work starting with this problem. Yeah, those objects do not seem to appear. How does this work? I think macro recorder is responsible for them. I have this find or create timeline, which is used in some places. Okay, here I have a code which adds a new track to the timeline, which by the way is... there are some memory safety issues there. Anyway, timeline, add-on of track. Okay, this make function, this is what's causing issue. Causing issue. This is creating an object, but it's not waking up the root widget to animate anything. So this is what we'll fix first. But first, I need to do a short break, so be right back. Okay, make function. What does this make function? Where does it come from? Okay. So it's just calling machine create. The templated version. Doesn't matter. And find or create timeline, how this one works. This is interesting that we are using two different ways to create those objects. First we have those constructor functions. But here we are using arguments prototype. I think I need a better way to wake the widget, the root widget. Root widget wake animation is kind of strange. I'm having some interesting thoughts right now. Maybe I could create two new types. There would be one looking like this, which would contain a list of, for example, machines. So this is going to be essentially the Automat VM. And no. Maybe yes. Anyway, so Automat would be a proper object and it would have a makeToy function. And that would create a root widget. And the root widget would have a pointer, a weak pointer pointing at Automat. That would be very interesting architecture. Or because I only want one instance of this Automat object to be present at all times. And that would make it a dynamic object that has to be managed in memory. I think I could do something similar to this. The more I think about this, I think this is the right way to do it. I like having a global scope. So nice, so easy, so simple. I will record a to-do for this. Okay, one thing I could do to fix this problem is that I think when I'm creating a new location, let's create insert here. Ugh. Anyway, I don't think this... So this is what I will do. Whenever anything is inserted, I will do this wake animation. And also I think when a connection is created, then we should also wake animation. All references to connect. I need to do is I will rename this to onConnect. I will add a simple wrapper that will just call this. And after doing this, it will wake widgets. I mean wake toys. Bump the, counter. So instead of calling onConnect, we will call regular connect.
Bunch the Beast 524 says,
I have learned C by self. What should I do next, bro?
Nice. C is the foundation for, professional programming, let's call this. So from now on, you can basically switch to whatever you wanted to do. I don't know. It probably wasn't website programming since you learned C, but at this point you are pretty much prepared to enter any area. Everything is on top of C, so under the hood you should now be able to kind of follow, get how every programming language works. If you want to get good at programming, then Rust is a very good language to learn. It shows you this sort of... There is... memory management is a little bit like an art, and Rust forces you to do this in a very principled way. It's a very nice language to learn. Even if you are never going to use Rust, it shows you how to safely manage references, essentially. Okay, so now I think the toys should appear. I mean the track arguments. So I think they are connected, and the connecting should wake animation.
I wanted to go into low-level programming.
Oh, this worked. think the toys... I'm not sure where they fly from, but it seems like they are flying from the top. That seems to work. For low-level programming, so there is the language that most everybody uses, but it's a controversial one. Maybe it shouldn't be so controversial. So C++ is probably the next one. So C++ is not really a language you can learn. It's there is just way too much stuff in C++ for any single person to know at a time. But there are a lot of things in programming which you don't really get to enjoy in C. I guess if you want to do low level, then probably either Rust or C++. Probably Rust is better, first language. So Rust is definitely... Rust is kind of slower. It's slower to write. It executes... It's not as fast as C++, but it has very good educational value. So if you're learning stuff, to learn stuff, probably Rust.
Especially pointers, I don't really like them.
Yeah, all of those higher level languages, they are trying to hide pointers away. They still need to provide some kind of escape backdoor access where you can play with pointers directly, but pretty much all high-level languages, they try to hide the fact that you're working with memory, or there are some memory managed objects, underneath.
Where are you from?
I'm from Poland. Central Poland. Okay, this is fun. So when macro recorder is recording, you can grab the timeline, and when it loses connection, it will automatically create a new one to record into. And that one I can throw in the trash. It's an endless timeline factory. We need to also improve the arrows. I think arrows could be cool. We just need to work on those a little bit more. Okay. I think the first issue is fixed because those toys, they appear properly now. I think they are flying from this position right here. It's hard to see because they appear on screen for like... to kind of pause the video to see where they appear. Anyway, I think this is working. This is done. I will keep it. And the next one is about timeline. I have no idea why it grows from 0. But This is problematic, but I don't know. This will need some debugging. Okay, let's see. So I'm creating this macro. When I hit this button, we should see some log messages, and those log messages okay, so there is the issue. It's that toy is created before we do this. Position ahead should not create a toy. How I'm using this target widget. like kind of need the toy, but not like that. Not like that. Maybe. So I can create this temporary toy, because this is a function which belongs to the VM. It should not mess with widgets from some UI. Let's try that. Okay. And now it appears exactly where it should appear. Sweet. Wow. Surprised it works. So this is a rather heavy operation, position ahead. I should have names for this UI and VM function. I would like to replace this with maybe a location widget here. I want to see the log lines as well. Hey. Creating a toy for timeline, position, scale like this. And there was even a fade, I think. And there was. Maybe I will make this a little bit larger. 1.1. I think it will be nice. It will look like we are placing a toy on the board. Oh, I did not want to do that. I only want to change this scale. Nice. I like this animation because it's even wiggly. It looks sweet. Cool. Sometimes this power button doesn't refresh properly. I don't know when this happens, but it does happen. Okay, I would say the second point, the growing of location widgets, this is done. I don't think they grow from 0, 0 anymore. Now this is going to be a new feature. I want objects, when they appear, maybe I do not need this. I wanted to have objects not appear at their target positions. I wanted to rather have them fly out of other objects that created them. Maybe it's not a good idea. I like when objects appear, when things don't move on screen too much. Yeah, I think we will not do this. Okay, so that was the plan for today's stream done. And I haven't even gotten to use Claude. Okay, maybe this is something where Claude could help. The next problem. Animate grow from.
Tom says.
Hi. Out of curiosity, what is that white ring moving on the screen?
Oh, this is gaze tracker. You know, I'm not playing games, it's not as engaging, and to have something of move on screen, I'm using this device. My wife used to work with on saliency analysis, you know, figuring out where people look. And she got one of those trackers. I'm using I think this one. I think this is my not sure. Not this, not this. This is how it looks. Yeah. It's a cool device. Not for me. For me, it's kind of, from my perspective, this is actually looking very, very bizarre when I have this. I do not see the circle on screen. But if I see it, it has this very weird property that your eyes, they do something very strange when they move. Because when they move, they kind of switch off for a moment. So only when they stop, when they fixate on point, like you start seeing things. So when the eyeball is moving, you do not see anything. And this creates this funny effect that if you're using an eye tracker, wherever you look, you will see this circle already there waiting for you. You look somewhere else, and there is the circle. You look somewhere else, there is the circle. And you do not see it move. This is very creepy, kind of, to see for yourself. And it feels like it's kind of predicting your thoughts, this eye tracker. So I do this so you know what I'm thinking about, kind of. You can kind of guess what I'm trying to do next. Do you know what will bring this back? I will remove the implementation.
It's a little crazy, TBH. In BC, I didn't catch it, how it helps you.
For me, not at all. Actually, for me, it's kind of creepy even to see it, because I have this sense that it's reading my mind. When I look somewhere, the circle is already there. And it is very strange to realize that even before you think about something, your eyes already go there. And this kind of makes you realize what your subconscious is doing. It's strange in this way. Yeah, some people use this for gaming. I tried it a little bit. It's not super helpful. Actually, using eyes as an input device is kind of exhausting, because you have to constantly think about where you are looking, and you are not free to look around. So there are some tools that allow you to control your mouse by just looking at the screen. and the mouse will, click there. But then you have to be very careful about, when you blink or how long do you look somewhere. It becomes kind of annoying. This is removed. It's removed. Cool. What I wanted to do. This is a very simple fix. I feel like I should use the Opus. Opus is very good at big refactorings. I think I should ask it to do something big for us. This is tiny. This is just too simple. Renames would be good. Wow, this task would be nice. Let me take a look at this serialization, maybe. Yeah, serialization sounds like a good project or prod. This deserialize key, it comes from where? From object? looks like it comes from object. And actually, first thing is maybe not about serialization, but about object atoms. Okay, this is going to be the first change. Okay, let's give it some time to think. And I guess we can take a look at this presentation about fluoride. Okay, let me stop this, and yeah, I think we will hear some introduction in a sec.
Last time today, can we get a big yay from the audience? There we go! That's what
Let's make sure that the volume is
With
fine.
this said, there might be a small surprise for some of you who might have expected a slightly different title, but today we're here to talk about Fluoride, the console-grade game engine in Flutter. I'm here on behalf of Toyota Connected, presenting this talk. My name is Jamie Kerber. I'm the consulting senior engineer at Very Good Ventures and the lead engineer on the Fluoride project. This talk has been prepared in coordination with Joel Winarska, the principal engineer 3 at Toyota Connected North America and the lead and founder of the Fluoride project. He's very sad he couldn't be here with us today, so he asked me to share a short video message for you all.
Welcome, and thank you for attending our talk. My name is Joel Winarski.
Can you hear that?
I work for Toyota Connected North America, and I'm responsible for building Flutter solutions to Toyota. You may have noticed. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend. I Welcome.
It's
1, 2, 1.
I think maybe. Yeah, it's already maxed out.
And thank you for attending our talk. My name is Joel Minarski.
No, it's not gonna work. Sorry.
Wait, maybe this.
I'm responsible for embedded
Oh,
Flutter.
there we go. We did it. Boop.
Technical issues.
Hello. Welcome, and thank you for attending our talk. My name is Joel Vinarska. I work for Toyota Connected North America, and I am responsible for embedded Flutter innovations at Toyota. You may have noticed I changed the name of the talk. Unfortunately, I am not able to attend FOSDEM this year. Instead of canceling, I made the decision to share another innovation we are working on. Let me introduce Jamie Kerber, my colleague from Sweden. Jamie, take it away.
Thank you very much, Joel, for this wonderful introduction. With this said, let's just get into it. So, where are we today? What is the Toyota Connected state of Flutter on embedded platforms at this
It
point?
may seem like embedded is not, the place where you would expect a game engine, but I even think that Wayland originally comes from some embedded software. I think this is where it was developed. And there was this whole, a lot of the stuff that we have on Linux today actually comes from embedded devices. There was this Maemo platform. I think this was the origin of, DBus. I think DBus comes from Maemo. That was a mobile operating system. It was a competitor to Android. It was better than Android, actually. But, you know how it is. It wasn't as big.
Toyota is responsible for the development of the IVI home screen, which is the Flutter embedder for embedded targets running Linux with a Wayland interface, which is a huge part of the MetaFlutter project on Yocto Linux, which enables all kinds of embedded and automotive Linux solutions. As a real-life production use case, we have the Toyota RAV for 2026 model, which has been announced very recently, and it just so happens to be running this precise stack. So that's production grade for you. We're all very excited for some of you
Nice.
to try this product very soon. If not, well, perhaps next time. The downside of that solution, however, is that just like most other Flutter applications, it only supports 2D static interfaces, which kind of limits the expressibility when it comes to designing UI and UX interfaces. So we were kind of thinking, how do we want to solve this problem? And we realized that the next obvious step for digital cockpit innovation are game engines. So, sounds great, right? Let's just like take a big old game engine, slap it in and see what happens, right? There's a lot of very fun use cases for it. For example, let's say that in your new product you might want to integrate an interactive user manual, which might show, for example, how to use certain features of the vehicle in a step-by-step basis, providing very clear instructions using 3D illustrations to your users. Another one could be hardware state visualization. So let's say that you can see on your screen a 3D model of the vehicle you find yourself in, and let's say that you might want to notice whenever one of the lights is broken. With this, we would be able to pinpoint exactly which one it is, making it very easy to enable, for example, self-service scenarios, pointing the user exactly to where that light bulb is, and again, tying back to the previous step-by-step tutorial feature.
We'll see if how Claude is doing. It did some analysis. Okay, so the default implementation is just empty. Cool. Yeah. I think I will keep this pattern. I will just or no, this is fine. Whatever, we'll have nested manys. This one doesn't really make any sense because name. Oh yeah, actually no, this is a default implementation. Yeah. It can actually get good names. Okay, okay. Cool. We'll check if everything works. I mean, not everything used to work, but we still check. State, deep. We have run. Oh, when I do run, this doesn't blink. Good to know, good to know. Deleting widgets from mouse is causing some problems. Okay, some of those objects around. Timeline, why not? This, sure. Maybe this, and this, and this, and this, and this. So which objects can be sequenced? Ah, this is interesting. Instruction is not highlighting. It's very strange that only two objects have highlight now. Okay. Save this and reload. Okay, the serialization does not work at all. Oh. Okay, all of those things should exist. Okay, this change, I think I will submit this. It doesn't look to be broken. Actually, it seems like the Opus actually fixed some of the issues. Mouse button presser. And state. I think this is why they didn't highlight properly. Not all atoms have been enumerated. Okay. Oh, this is strange. Why doesn't it highlight? Totally highlight. Oh, I think I need to do runnable. Maybe I also need as signal next. Yeah, now we have a nice over. This highlighting check is Something is wrong with this highlighting check. It doesn't highlight this object, but it will connect to it. And what will it do? Yeah, it will toggle the switch. Okay. Let's just submit this for now. We have like 80% of usage before we are finished. Okay, I think this on-off doesn't fit all of the other interface checks. Let's fix this one now. Be right back. All right. Super simple. Yep. Cool. So, interface is slightly more regular now. Cool. Have many operator overloads. I feel like a lot of the issues we have right now related to objects not being highlighted properly and so on are caused by these functions not being properly overridden. I think the way to address this will be to provide a default implementation that will use atoms to find the right atom and return it. It should still be virtual. I do not want to use sharp braces because that may confuse Opus into thinking I'm talking about templates. doesn't matter. I wanted to try to implement as much as it can inline, but it probably doesn't make a difference. Okay, let's go back to fluoride.
How to take care of such a use case. Another one is environmental mapping. Let's say that you find yourself in a particularly tricky environment with a lot of obstacles and you want to be able to avoid them swiftly. With this, we're able to, if we have a 3D mapping available of the outside environment, project it on your screen inside, allowing you to maneuver more accurately in avoiding those obstacles. On top of that, we can enable way more natural controls for, let's say, things such as like heating or like wipers or any kind of functionality in a vehicle by providing 3D objects that look similar to their real-life counterpart, making it a way more intuitive experience to control such settings. Last but not least, there are already a number of other manufacturers on the market that do provide similar solutions. Thanks to Fluorite integrated in Flutter, we will be able to enable all of you to compete on that market by providing equal, if not even better solutions. However, please note that all of the above is just technical speculation on my part and does not in any way whatsoever reflect the roadmap of any existing product. With this said, what would be the challenges of integrating a game engine in a Flutter application in an embedded scenario? Well, we actually tried that, and it turns out that all of the existing game engines that we tried were not adequate for this type of solution. Based on our internal investigation, the main problems with Unity and or Unreal were that they are closed source software. They require proprietary blobs to be shipped as part of the Linux distribution, which unfortunately means that we would lose on Yocto compatibility, which is a massive chunk of our use cases. Not only that, but whenever you integrate a native view of this type in a Flutter application, for every single one of them, you have to spin up a separate instance of the entire engine, which is very, very heavy on resources, and in our experiments has led to very low frame rate and poor performance. On top of that, count hefty licensing fees that might go as high as multiple millions of dollars per year. That was a bit of a non-starter, so we tried with something more promising, a real open riser, that being Godot, an open source game engine that has lately seen quite a bit of adoption. In that case, when testing on a Raspberry Pi 5, which is one of the more groundbreaking embedded platforms, we noticed an unfortunately long startup time of 20 seconds and above. That sadly wasn't acceptable, but in further testing we found it was also resource heavy in a similar way to Unity and Unreal, at least for our use cases. So we tried to go with something a bit closer to the Flutter core. Using the Impeller renderer and the Flutter GPU package, one should be able to integrate some sort of like 3D visualization in your Flutter app. However, we found that while it is stable on iOS, it unfortunately is unstable on Android and flat out unavailable on Linux, macOS, and Windows. So with not being able to run on Linux, that's another solution that we have found unavailable to us. And also to that you have to count the immature API of that solution that is in constant improvement, but was just not moving fast enough for us. So what is the solution that we came up with? Let's start from the technology we already had on hand. First and foremost, we have Flutter running on embedded platforms, thanks to the IVI home screen and MetaFlutter projects. Second, we're working on a Flutter SVO3 embedder, which enables cross-platform I/O across multiple types of embedded devices and platforms, as well as operating systems. To that, add Google's Filament 3D rendering engine, which allows one to render really high-quality 3D environments using physically based rendering and anything that entails. So how do we put those three together? we get Fluorite. Fluorite is a game engine fully integrated in Flutter because it's simple, because it is a package that you integrate in your existing Flutter applications, meaning that you can greatly reduce the complexity of merging a game application and a Flutter UI application, since you code both in the same language using Dart as well as any other tooling that comes with Flutter. Thanks to this, you can share code between UI and game logic. This is because Fluorite View is just another Flutter widget that you can integrate anywhere in your applications. This way it benefits from the Flutter layout system. You can place multiple of them at the same time for multi-view scenarios. And this also means that they can share state between each other. You can have game objects and UI widgets being part of the same context, can use any of the existing Flutter solutions for state management, such as Provider, RiverPod, or Block, to talk to each other in real time. Let's go through a short showcase of features that we have already developed for Fluorite. Well, the main one is the high-performance ECS core. In order to stay within the realm of the well-known style of game engine APIs, we decided to base everything on top of our own entity component system. With this, we implemented the main core in C++, which allows us to drive really minute optimizations for low-end and embedded hardware by controlling memory and processing in a very, very tightly integrated way.
I'm looking at this. I guess this is how you write ECS object definitions. I wonder how ECS does work with threading. You have those objects that contain all sorts of structs related to different systems. But the systems themselves, I wonder at which level locking happens, you know. I never heard of threads in the context of ECS, but there has to be some kind of mechanism here to make sure they not mess with each other.
However, all of this is presented to you, the developer, as a very clean and high-level Dart API, which very closely mimics the same APIs you might already know and love from other game engines such as Unity, Unreal, Godot, and many others. As a part of that, we provide a hierarchical scene graph, just like in all of those other game engines, allowing you to provide complex and nested objects in your scenes. This means that all of the knowledge and skills that you have acquired while developing for all those other game engines is 100% transferable, plus and minus some API minutia. But here in this picture, you can see a working example taken from one of the applications you're going to see later in the presentation. It showcases a simple bouncing ball. So we have an ID, we have a name for it, and we have a list of components, which might sound familiar. You have a transform with position, scale, rotation. You have a collider, you have a model, a renderable, and a behavior script with such functions as onCreate, onUpdate frame, and similar. One feature we're particularly proud of are the model-defined touch trigger zones. This feature enables your 3D artists and your game developers to work in parallel by letting the artist define which areas of the model are clickable, and for the developer to later connect that event to some sort of interaction with your application. In this case, you can see the wheel being tapped and that increasing the tire pressure. At the same time, though, you can see that there's a synchronization between the game state and the Flutter application, because you can change the sliders, and that regulates the size of the various tire pressure indicators on the said car. What you're seeing right here is an application that we have developed in Fluorite. It showcases a simple 3D scene with a lot of high-quality assets, as well as the aforementioned model-defined type trigger zones. And of course, we want to present console-grade 3D rendering. Google's Filament enable us to provide high-quality workflows, which are optimized for embedded platforms, but also allow you to use a variety of high-quality, physically based assets and lighting systems. But of course, that is just one of the many use cases. Another thing we provide is a customizable shader and rendering pipeline, which can allow you to, to design any sort of more stylized performance in accordance with your designer's own vision. And of course, it wouldn't be Flutter if we didn't have hot reload. As you can see in this video, I'm simply typing a different value for like the orbit distance for the camera and pressing save. And in the matter of less than a fraction of a second, it's reloading the scene as we're looking at it.
And this is incredible.
Orders of magnitude faster than other solutions like Unity and Godot. With this, where is the Fluorite game engine going next? What does the roadmap look like? Well, the very next item on our agenda is implementing the Jolt physics integration, which would allow us to define any sort of realistic and deterministic interactions between game objects in our simulated world. This will be available.
This is kind of strange, because I thought the main application is cars and user interfaces. I can see why you need 3D user interfaces, because the interface should blend in with the environment, you know. It shouldn't look like digital, you know, buttons. Things on screen should look like they should look like. But physics is strange. Especially 3D physics.
Available as just a component attached to your entities, probably called physics, which will allow you to define a variety of collider settings, either rigid or soft bodies, and many more. Next up, we're going to enable a higher amount of
This Fluorite, honestly, it sounds so nice. The fact that you can put 3D assets and you can have VR-based rendering on a cheap embedded device. I mean, of course, there needs to be some kind of Vulkan GPU, but still. Live reload, all of this. It just looks so nice.
Workflows. We're working on delivering CLI and GUI tooling to better support both designers and developers in mutually developing rich applications for all of your use cases. As of today, we already support many open formats. We have Blender compatibility, we support GLTF and GLB models, KTX, HDR, as well as other formats for textures, and the shaders are programmed using a superset of GLSL, which is the same shader language you might be using on most other platforms. All of this is supported out of the box. Thanks to this, you can very easily, in a matter of minutes, if not seconds, port assets from your existing game projects in those other engines. And of course, this wouldn't be an embedded automotive talk if we didn't mention full cross-platform support. Thanks to Flutter SDL3, we'll have full support for embedded platforms.
What is Yocto? What is this? Okay, so this is for embedded Linux. It's like a platform for creating custom images for random embedded devices.
Mainly Linux, which includes Yocto, mobile, on iOS and Android, desktop on all the major desktop OS systems, as well as game consoles. This is all thanks to SDL3 that not only provides us with all of the tooling necessary, but thanks to the platform agnostic nature of both Flutter and Filament, which has very easily allowed us to experiment with that and will help us in delivering those experiences to you in the near future. And of course, it would be kind of sad if we kept all of that to ourselves, which is why we're also going to release an SDL3 API in Dart, available as a package to include within your Fluorite applications. Well, but how do we get to all of those next steps? You know the saying, teamwork makes...
Honestly, this already is... You don't really need much for a game engine. Actually, if you have a coding view and live reload, you don't really need a lot of the tools that game engines provide. You have, you know, all of those support for all of those 3D formats and so on.
Makes the dream work, which is why we are seeking collaboration with engineering teams. Mainly what we're looking after is the commitment of development resources to the Fluorite project for the purpose of establishing and delivering on a common roadmap as well as feature development for the purpose of this engine. There is a website available. Right now it has a very neat looking coming soon view, but in the next couple of days we're going to update it to include all of the key information you have seen in those slides. But with this said, oh, actually, I'm going to give you a couple seconds to connect to that QR code. Yeah.
I do not hear the question at all.
Right. Right. Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't know in the microphone. My question is about accessibility. You know, Flutter integrates nicely with native OS accessibility.
Okay, I am annoyed by accessibility questions. I talked with my brother who makes games, and he told me that the people who have accessibility issues, they want to also play games, they typically resort to some gamepad emulation layer, where they, even with very basic, you know, control mechanisms, you can sometimes emulate a joystick. And if you have a joystick, you can play almost any game. So, in terms of user input, joystick is all you need.
Frameworks, what about the...
And there are just, no. I do not know what is the point of these accessibility questions. Always. Anyway, the comment.
I didn't know in the microphone. My question is about accessibility. You know, Flutter integrates nicely with native OS accessibility frameworks. What about the UI and stuff that is rendered natively? Will it also be possible to, for example, write my game components or like the 3D objects with like something like, you know, accessibility with it, and it will be exposed to someone who is, for example, blind?
Right. Yeah, we're still working on the API for that. However, it is something we are actively considering. We are fortunate enough that Flutter does have a rich accessibility API thanks to its semantic tree. So the plan would be something adjacent to incorporating a semantics node as part of the semantics subtree, which would be then provided by a Fluorite view widget. Right. This is the question section. Oh, no worries at all. So, any more questions?
Thank you. Yeah, you mentioned cross-platform support across all the native platforms that are supported by Flutter today.
Sorry, could you...
Oh, yeah, sorry. You mentioned that you are supporting all of the native platforms supported by Flutter today. I was wondering if you also explored using, say, WebAssembly and WebGPU, if it's possible at all to also make this available for Flutter web apps.
We have yet to consider like a broader range of those. Right now we're mainly focused on targeting just the latest versions of Windows, some of the Linux distributions, and macOS. But please do bring it up whenever we open the GitHub repository. We'll be happy to take a look at your issue.
Thank you.
Any
Anyone
more
else?
questions?
Anything at all?
Then I have one question. Do you render all the stuff on CPU or on GPU?
Oh no, it's fully GPU accelerated. We're using Vulkan to drive the Fluorite 3D renderer. So we basically get the full GPU acceleration of whatever platform you find yourself on.
Great, thank you.
Oh, I'm seeing one more question. Bring them on.
Last one. Do you, when you're building this infotainment system for the car, do you have some UI testing process that tests that the feature you are building actually like works as intended?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Dias Nexus says,
I made a thing.
Nice.
As in, when you are building this infotainment system for the car, how do you verify that this works? Do you do any UI testing? That's the question.
I don't think I can answer any of that. I'm mainly focusing on developing the software around it. What you're asking is probably under the responsibility of a different team. But again, I'll be happy to look into that a bit more later and see if I can provide you with an answer. But I'm sure...
Lack of answer is kind of strange. The question was, do you use... how do you test the system? I bet there are some unit tests. There's no way to develop software without testing.
Whatever we are working on will never be shipped into a real vehicle unless it passes Toyota's rigorous quality standards that are already being used in any of the current products.
One more?
Oh.
So, if this is available to port or will be available to port to different boards, is there, or like outside of a car, or maybe that's the car is like vehicles or focus. I work with a lot of embedded systems in robotics. I do a lot of visualization. I'm wondering if there's any plan for like integrating sensor data, or to be able to read sensor data.
Made it in 1 hour and 8 Minchus.
You still haven't said what's that.
Because that would be kind of cool to be able to see like point clouds, lidar.
You are.
Things like that.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely a very cool use case scenario, and while I'm not sure whether we're going to experiment with that ourselves, it's definitely sort of the type of experience we want to enable. In terms of board compatibility, like what we're going to do in general is test it on a very small subset of target devices. However, in general, assuming we've done everything right, this should run basically on anything that runs Linux, supports certain hardware requirements, and has a version of Vulkan of 1.1 and above, if I have
Yep. Same here, same for Automat.
We're definitely testing against Raspberry Pi 4, so like that's sort of like one of the devices we're looking at. Sorry, Raspberry Pi 5, my bad. There's probably some more, but that's the one I can definitely tell you about right now. Do we have time for any other questions?
That's
okay.
it.
All right. Thank you so much for coming. If you have any other questions about strategy and the general direction of the project, as well as collaboration, please email Joel Winarski at toyotaconnected.com. However, I'm available myself to answer any and all technical questions. So
Nice. That was nice. Let's see this soundtrack. I wonder. This is really nice. Has some lo-fi vibes to it, almost. More tribal, but still lo-fi. Incredible. To the 1 hour 80 minutes? Wow. Beat is very nice, that it's so peaceful. I still have a lot of credits and 22 minutes to use it.
Dark, peaceful.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice.
The way I came up with that, I was literally in bed, watching stuff about promotions and stuff. When I started about making DJ-friendly beats, and I just started thinking about the club beat, and after writing it all down, here we are.
It is kind of unique, it is nice. See, that's long running. Long running, not an atom? I think I like most of those changes. I will keep them.
I actually made the pad myself. Sound design for the win.
Okay, I think that was it. Ooh. So this works. I will restart it now. Fire up Cloud and because I still have quota and have like 15 more minutes to use it, I think I can ask it to investigate the deserialization issue.
NVM, I am being stupid. What I did is just modify pad preset, added LFO automation for filter.
Seconds. I'll just fire this so that it starts working.
You must see if I can get Arnie in here. He said he likes you.
Nice. The only thing... Fluorite. Okay, there are tons of fluorites.
K, if I asked, did you see all the headlines about Discord Global ID?
Yep. That seems super weird to me. I mean the outrage. I don't know what the requirements are going to be, but it's not going to be, required. I think you still are going to be able to use Discord without ID. It's just some features are going to be locked.
Teen by default.
It probably makes sense. This is probably like the majority of Discord users. I don't know the stats, but it seems like that could be the case. There are much worse things about Discord that I don't like, not related to the ID thing at all. Like the fact that you cannot really search it. There is no web. I mean, there is web interface for Discord, but it's totally locked in. It's not indexed by any search engines. It's like invite only. It's like information black hole.
Wanna swear or send those saucy pics of Marvel Rivals characters? Hand your passport.
Okay, it's still not available.
I am thinking just opening Blender, getting some realistic 3D model in, and here we go.
I feel like all those articles are just summaries of the presentation we just watched. So many consents. This is fun. So it's like a collection of 3 news articles. One about Fluoride, this new game engine. Another about Unity being chosen for their in-car UI. And then the last one about apparently Unreal Engine being used for the same thing. It's like, and they have been all released in the span of a week. Oh, actually no, that was published last year. And that's also last year. Okay, so this is the most recent development. But yeah, it totally makes sense. The stuff like spending time on Unity or Unreal, they are great engines, but they are too much, I think, connected to the desktop idea, to windowing-based operating systems, and maybe consoles.
Unity had an oopsie where games that were made with it were releasing patches to fix or prevent exploits.
Like networking exploits, that's interesting. Oh yeah.
You just open to play Silk Song and you see patch notes. Do you know, Pico 8?
Pico 8, this is some kind of console, right? For people who have fond memories of Game Boy, I guess.
It's a very tiny game engine.
Do you integrate filaments? Oh. I'm looking at headers. And it doesn't look crazy.
God, if Gotta was made to create 8-bit games. Some people created full 3 games. I played Helicopter Simulator. Full 3.
I initialize. I provide my own swap chain. Probably easy to extend it with Vulkan. Vulkan has just one tiny tweak. I guess its renderer probably must make some assumptions about the number of buffers you have. You have to look more at this filament thingy. It is continuously developed. Some examples. That is nice. This subsurface scattering is a big property of materials that's hard to emulate. Very nice.
Wanna hear a banger?
URL.
Okay. If this is music, I cannot really play this. I can try a couple seconds, but...
Oh.
I mean, I do have a registered internet radio. I'm paying like subscription fee to a copyright association. So I should be able to play any music, but YouTube doesn't respect that. If YouTube detects that I played copyrighted music, it just takes down the whole stream.
YouTube casually slowing down videos.
This sounds nice. Sounds nice though. I listened to just a couple of seconds, but I will keep this around. Okay. The limit has reset here. That was the issue. No need to link anything. I can build this myself. That was a simple mistake.
Math, remember that time where I was hanging in here? We were both having back and forth, and this guy was getting mad at me for talking because he was watching on phone, I believe. Bro, this is a live stream, not a TV broadcast.
You know, I think the stream is mostly intended for people who want to follow the development. Okay, save, storing, and restoration works. Okay, this also works. Yeah, everything that should be highlighted is highlighted. Cool.
Don't tell me you hate that I come here, you ray of sunshine, and talk about other stuff.
Ah, that's fine, that's fine. I don't mind it.
It does say, ask me, stuff.
True. Okay, in terms of to-dos, we removed the anonymous properties. Restart. So I would like to change the serialization format first. Instead of calling it args, I want to call it links. And then I want each link name to be uppercase. Or maybe I shouldn't call them links, maybe I should call them atoms.
You watch other streams.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Usually speedrunners, though. I consider myself sort of a speedrunner, programming speedrunner. Okay.
I was watching stuff about game speedrunning, beating From Software games in or 1 hour.
Yeah. I do like speedruns, but they become less interesting once they become once they move outside of the world of the game. Once they start kind of hacking the game memory, I basically lose the ability to focus, to follow what's even going on. The nicest ones are the ones which have some physical engine exploits or some very fun interactions between game objects.
You could watch Arnie. He likes to speedrun game loses.
Instead of... Okay, how do I want to handle serialization of arguments, of his serialization of atoms? I actually don't think atoms should be responsible for serialization.
I saw Sekiro speedrun where you jump to the side, get out of bounds, and you can swim anywhere. Or Dark Souls 2, parry speedrun, where if you parry and riposte while rolling, then you can walk anywhere, assuming there is a ledge that you can use to gain altitude.
Doggo came.
You like building games, right? Have you tried Simple Planes?
Oh yeah. And not only Simple Planes, that was an old game. There is a new version now called... there is something with spaceflight now. I don't remember the name. I think Simple Planes is still being released. There is some successor game to this.
I think that was my first game that I bought on Steam.
Oh yeah, that was Juno New Origins. It's good, this game, and it keeps receiving updates. This is a perfect game for Automat, by the way, because it actually has a built-in kind of scripting engine for controlling your rockets.
I bought it, and I was building mechs and other giant robots, Gundam.
So this is how you program, for example, a plane to maintain a direction. You basically create a sequence of commands like that. And a lot of those commands are...
Like autopilot?
Yeah, so to do proper autopilot, you need a little bit more... You can do it like that, but it's much easier if you have access to different, to different components. Like there is a component called PID controller. It's something very simple. It's something that can basically, if you have some value, it will control the acceleration, or basically something like acceleration of this value so that this value hits some kind of... Yeah, this is a very good graph. It can do all sorts of fancy control. I mean, not very fancy. It's very simple mathematically, but it's used to do all sorts of control. If you have a car and you want to keep it, in lanes, you can do it with a PID controller.
So, in very similar way that they pre-programmed all the commands for Saturn V?
Yeah. This about the time those things were discovered. Actually, they are older. I think they come even from the Second World War. Anyway, those PID controllers, they are like the ultimate... Not ultimate. They're like the most common way to control systems which have inertia, which you cannot control directly, which you can push, and you need to slow them down so that they approach target value. And because in Juno New Origins you have physical simulation where your rocket or plane, it can float, and if you turn it, it will start turning, and then you have to slow it. You have to make sure it hits the right direction and not overshoots it. So typically we do this with...
On drones.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Drones are... PID controllers is what makes drones maintain position, altitude, everything. But in the game you don't really have PID controller, so... Or at least I do not remember. So PID controller is one of the things I want to have in Automat, so that, for instance, if you have a game with a complex world, you can have your characters run between waypoints and do stuff there. So PID controller can be used for waypoint following. Okay, let's see.
You could make homing missile.
Yeah. And links for backwards compatibility. Wow, that's nice. Let me open and store it. See how it looks. Those are our locations. Nice.
Or automated F-14 Tomcat, where when you reach a specific speed, the wingspan lowers for more efficient flight.
Window.myimage. Let me change this. First of all,
You could, in theory, make walking cycles for humanoid or robot.
that remix sounds very weird. It sounds like two songs are overlaid on top of each other. No, this is song from here. Okay. This is what was messing with my head. Okay.
We'll have to steal Boston Dynamics code, XD.
Yeah, robot control is the hardest part of AI at the moment. This is the only part of AI which still hasn't been solved, really. The dexterity of machines. People have different names for this. Soft robotics. But yeah. This is the only thing that stands between us and robots that can clean the house automatically. Because the visual perception is there, the rational reasoning is there, we have LLMs, right? The only thing is the dexterity, the soft robotics aspect. I wish Boston Dynamics was able to do this. But even the robots from Boston Dynamics, they are better than everybody else's, but they are still not there. They still cannot do house chores.
Also, you have to make it slow down in code, and give dig zones otherwise. It will be shaking more than Brit in Antarctica.
Yeah. Those dead zones, this is actually exactly what PID controllers are doing. They have this ability to, figure out that you are very close, and they do not shake where they are close to the target value.
Or snap to position.
Okay, I removed that. I also wanted to change something in window HH. I wanted to change this, my image, into, let's call this captured image.
They go smooth. I learned that from James Bruton.
Let me see if this will work. I manually fixed the saved state. Connect to this captured image. Okay, I guess this works. Okay, this is nice, because I think at this point the serialization format for Automat should be mostly stable. Those were most of the things I actually wanted to change in serialization.
Math's first words were, "Print, hello world."
I don't think that was Python. I think my first programming language was actually Windows shell scripts. I don't even know how they are called. It was probably Echo Hello World.
Arcade comes to mind.
I'm periodically resetting code because sometimes it can get confused. I wanted to address this. Okay, it should be tracked through nested weak pointer. Okay, whatever. Okay, naming conventions. So there is the serialization.
I could really go for some baked potato, crispy skin with soft inside, with butter, salt, and pepper.
Oh yeah. Stuff that you can make in a bonfire. Oh yeah.
You wrap 'em in foil and toss 'em in Cheerios.
Yeah, and the recipe that you gave this is the optimal way to eat a potato. I'm a little bit I am a little bit cannot make a decision between naming convention. So we have interface name at the global scope.
I'ma go see what kind of food I can make.
It doesn't only concern atoms.
Sweet and sour chicken with rice, it is.
Okay, I will ask Opus a design question now. Oh, it's trying to fix the on-off button. It's fine. I do not like passing nested weak pointer around.
Dergaming Loki says,
Oh,
Hey. It's doing. I like that it started with the critical change, because the way that we store this value and the way that we pass it to the constructor, all of the things that happen inside the different handlers, it all falls out of this decision here. Anyway. Let's do this.
Deox Nexus says,
interesting. So now iMusic is saying the best DAWs for music production in 2025 are Suno, Filio Studio, and Ableton Live. Suno is particularly suited for high-quality music. Patting yourself quite a lot on the back, aren't you?
Suno isn't bad. Have you used it? I did a lot.
Nope.
If it one-shots a good music track, it can be impressive, but if it doesn't, your paths for fixing a broken music track are very scarce. The UI for tweaking the music is just awful. It has a lot of annoying copyright protection issues. You cannot use artist names, you cannot use names of other, famous music tracks. Super annoying stuff. But, and the music typically has an AI feel to it. Once you listen to them, you start to recognize them. I did something with power buttons. Power buttons like this. Okay. Power button isn't... It's not stopping recording.
On their website, they even said that L Studio had very limited tools, and Suno has all the tools you need and the best quality stuff. Suno really patting itself on the back.
It's very easy to work with in Suno. But I wouldn't say that their tools are the best. The user interface that Suno offers is just awful.
Easy to work with FL.
Okay, there is an issue with updates to the power button. So this is fixed, but
Or Cubus, or Ableton.
Meister Chica says,
Hello.
Hey,
Why Noon warned me about biggest problem of married programmers.
hey, I am curious.
Diox Nexus says,
There is no patch for broken marriage.
Meister Chica says,
Can just pull the hand off keyboard. Correction can't all.
Okay, we will close this and restart it.
Diox Nexus there is.
Diox Nexus says,
Divorce wouldn't be a patch. It would be a whole new fork.
Meister Chica says,
Hold up. If programmer has 2 kids, did he fork himself?
TTS-ed says.
I think he forked someone else.
I don't remember. Is the fork lifetime limited to the current process?
Meister Chica says.
No, it's not.
I think Linux processes are more like single-celled organisms with their forking. It would be interesting if there was a way to mix two programs.
There is a way to link to executable.
Okay, this is an important thing. Nested types cannot be forward declared.
New syscall incoming. Engage. Marry. Divorce.
When you think about the clone syscall in Linux, this thing becomes much more granular. You know, you can spawn a child process, but only clone some namespaces.
Dice Nexus says.
Do you know this British TV series Peep Show?
Not really.
Meister Chica says.
Do you see the game I shared on Discord?
Oh yeah, and I actually intend to play it. I am terrible at Git, especially the newest Git features. I feel like they are adding more and more stuff. Like submodules, I never really grasp submodules.
Diox Nexus says.
So one of the main characters, as Chica said, engage, marry, divorce. The main character and same spirit said once, Make the toast, eat the toast, shit the toast.
I love the pathos that the TTS used to convey this.
TTS really tried.
Meister Chica says.
You know corn would solve world hunger.
Isaacs Nexus says.
Don't you need to be over 18 for that?
Meister Chica says.
To eat corn, no. To watch corn, yes.
X Nexus says.
You can't watch it, but you can eat it.
Meister Chica says.
Look, man, I don't make the rules. Heck, I never even saw a file, corn mecha file, to begin with.
I'm not sure I'm following this. How did we arrive at corn?
Deox Nexus says.
How about folders named homework?
Meister Chica says.
The gist is, eat, process, shed out, rinse, and repeat.
Deox Nexus says.
God life is relentless.
Meister Chica says.
Diox Nexus in Slavic countries, we do our homework on paper.
Okay, I think if we fix this object, this nested object, is going to be nice. I'm just following the advice from Opus. I do have an issue with this power button wake up. This class here, Toy Store, and it has wake updated toys. It really has to scan through each of the toy which is on screen, which is probably acceptable. It has to check their reference counter. not reference counter, like the wake counter. And wake them.
Oh, found this gem.
URL.
Check this out. I think there is a built-in config for Silang that does this. Let me see. Yeah, so in Silang format, you can put this. Speaking of interesting things, I was looking at LLVM headers, and whoa, there are so many nice utilities there. It's incredible for what LLVM headers provide. Let me show you a couple. So if you install some lib LLVM, it puts this LLVM directory, and here you have ADT, and those are just all sorts of various utilities for C++. You have BitVector, which is kind of like BitVector from C++, but you also have some nice things here, like...
This one is for tidy.
I don't know what's the difference between Silang format and tidy. Isn't this the same thing? Anyway, you have hashmaps. Hashmaps that LLVM uses edit distance. Why not?
Tidy is linter. Think ESLint.
So it's going to complain without fixing any issues. And the nicest collection I've seen here was the small vector. Oh wow, it was... This one is so nice. It's the perfect collection. I've been looking for it for so long. If you create a small vector, hide this small vector base. There is a lot of template magic. We have to scroll through.
It can fix most of issues.
Okay, so small vector is just an alias for something else. Oh, this is small vector. So the nice thing that it will do, you can pass it a type, and it will compute how many elements it can store inline. It assumes like 64 bytes. And it will do this. It will store the elements inline, and only then where you push it, so you can allocate this on a stack. You can use more than 64 bytes, but 64 bytes it's actually a very reasonable memory. It's not too large to put on stack. It will only spill over to heap once it crosses the inline storage. I am going to use this everywhere from now on.
56.
Yeah, a more natural number would actually be page size, 4 kilobytes, and also page aligned 4 kilobytes. 64 bytes, I think this is how long the cache line is on most. At least on ARM CPUs, I remember that was the size of cache line. I think instruction cache was 16 bytes and data cache was 64 or something like that. Okay. I think I do not need to clear context. We haven't been talking too much with this CLOD, so just go.
Alvar is 16 and 64 data type.
I think ARM was the same, and I don't know how about x86. It could even be different per CPU. Do I have enough credits? Yeah, I have plenty of credits.
86 on bleeding edge is 128 and 512 data.
Wow. It's getting close to page size.
Because of 512-bit wide registers.
But it's bits, not bytes. Okay. TTS-ed. Refactoring with TTS-ed. This is brave.
Bits for registers, but have 8 of those per core tier card.
I'm looking at those atoms. This is just for base class for casting things around. I probably shouldn't put wake counter here, but I need to put the notification somewhere. I think on every tick I could just wake animation for the power button.
Correction 40 of 512-bit wide regs, 32 ZMME and 8 mask register.
I mean, this is quite a bit of memory. It's like you can put a short story inside your CPU registers.
That's half of page. $2K.
You did check, okay. And I think in English you have five bytes per word on average. So about 500 words would fit in registers. I'm not going to mess with Opus while it's working. And just see if rebuild everything.
I've counted in other registers.
They're peanuts, you know, general purpose. It's like, what, 16 64-bit registers? Things seem to work.
URL.
What's that? But they are... yeah, this is all the same register.
Theux Nexus says,
Man, I love channels that sit with 1 or 2 viewers as followers only pot.
Hey. Okay. I just need to have always call tick when this thing updates. I think I need to do the same in timeline. This is timeline widget tick. This button should change shape. Stop moving. When I play, it changes, but when I record, it doesn't. And I need for it to change the shape. I don't think I should be locking the timeline here. I think the stick. Animation responsively. What's that? Oh.
Could I possibly use Snake from MGS for ID verification?
Okay, we are updating the timeline state properly. This timeline run button. Okay, we have parent link. I can use parent link.
I could try Monster Hunger Stories 3D mode. Hunter.
I do not know anything about this. Monster Hunter. Created by Inheritance.
It's like Dark Souls, but you hunt big monsters. The first few games are very charming in NIT64, PSX style.
I really want to play Red Dead Redemption. I started playing this recently, not on my PC, but looked like a fun game. Very slow though.
Wilds.
I guess wilds, same stuff, right?
Stories are more cel-shaded anime.
Timeline widget is an incomplete type. Okay, okay. That's the issue. I think this is fine. We'll just move it out of body. Redefine it wherever. In addition to state,
It actually looks a lot like Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
is it sandboxy? I do miss sandboxy mechanics in games. Like I was playing the game that everybody voted as the best game of the year last year. What's this? Expedition 33. I really felt like that game is so on rails. It was so almost like a movie with some interactive dexterity element.
Turn-based.
This is the new implementation of field.
Did you like Expedition 33?
Give me a sec. Stone widget. Maybe you can do this.
Safer Buak says.
Hey,
Right.
everyone.
No, that looks fine. Okay, now it seems to work. Be able to do this, and yeah, everything should fill. I think this button doesn't quite work, but big deal. It makes sense to move those closer. Timeline widget. That should still build. Things are slowly getting fixed. I will be right back. Ooh. Just found that I kind of miss Cursor, this VS Code-based editor. Wonder how it's doing right now. I should do those two renames. It will touch lots of places, but should be doable from Cloud. Where to close this? How much context do I have? Half of it. Okay. So machine is not a great name because machine doesn't really do anything by itself. It just stores references to other objects that do work. I think something like board or table. Would be better. And I think board is the right one. Table would also be nice. Yeah, but board it is. I will be as vague as possible because if I'm explicit, the AI stops going beyond what's asked of it and only renames. Like, it does exactly what I say. I feel like if I'm very vague, it will try to think about... Yeah, this is a significant rename. Oh yeah. And while that works, I'm thinking about checking out Cursor again. Okay, I'm just looking at the Cursor web page and what the hell happened? Why is it looking like that? So the only thing I want out of the editor is LSP integration so that it does suggestions and some kind of Git controller so that I can easily, select stuff to submit to Git. It's looking terrible. Wow. I guess VS Code it is. I haven't used this in a long time. I think it crashed. Yep. Those questions, this is really impressive. He covered basically all of the difficult, I think in most of the cases, it should probably make the simple decision, like yes, it should rename the root object. Yeah, but this stuff about serialization and breaking backwards compatibility, those are the types of questions that a proper engineer would ask. Okay, now I think we're close to filling the context. I mean, I still have credits, but yeah. Okay, clear context and go. Okay, apparently I have fairly recent version of VS Code. I didn't update it in quite some time, from October. What's happening? Okay, ignore.
Deux Nexus says,
I just checked how many plays I got compared to my friend. And I was thinking he got me beat real good. I have way more plays than him.
Update VS Code. Okay. Restarting this now. I just wanted to pick up my extension. So yeah, we have a nice background. Sweet. Everything is kind of back how I left it. Oh, smooth scrolling. Nice. VS Code has lots more features than that. Sessions.
I hope one day I can make a living with music, and not just from selling feet pics.
This is hard, you know, jobs that people like to do. And to be the most exploitative. It's like game development. change this to board and restart. Now it should reload properly. Nice.
I have this big music idea. But Val Studio is being fussy about it.
That was a massive rename. Why does it say machine here? Yeah.
Make Automat, make music. .o.
I do wonder... I think this AI-generated music would sound way, way better if there was more effort behind it. Because if there is just Suno, because they are currently like the best, I don't think they are even trying to improve the music generation. Super nice. I really like this rename. There's the connection routing. Okay, let's say it does provide connection routing.
That reminded me heavily of Jimi Hendrix, All Along the Watchtower.
Okay, this is LLVM stuff. Target machine. how do you call a visual program? A text program that is interpreted is called script, because you write it. No clue. Let me check again if things still run. The problem with names such as machine is that they are used in lots of places. Same with object. It's nice to have a custom name for those things. Just stage all. Stage all changes, yes please.
Call it the magic box.
That one at least is not used too much. Okay. We have board. Table would also be a nice name, but boards. I don't like boards. I just don't like this word. There's something wrong about this. Cool. This is almost done. I will do bigger refactorings once my credits refresh. This is a bigger one. I guess I could see why. What is that maybe? I'm switching back to cursor now. Sorry, to VS Code now. And there are some crashes. I think if I delete an object with a context menu, it causes a crash. Yeah. And I think sync connections could be broken. I'm pretty sure they are totally invisible right now. State sync. Okay. It shows this object. Seems to work. I cannot drag it now. Okay. I will build a debug build to see where those crashes could be coming from. I think we can start with the bubble. Okay, now we are in the debug build, and drop an object, delete it, and we get a crash. Ooh. Okay, this is looking good. Yep. There we go. In what? In render thread? This is super strange. Okay, so we are in pack frame. Okay.
Would it be easier if it was in machine code?
I guess it kind of is. It's just... No, you can also see it like that. But okay, sync connection widget tick. Oh, this is interesting. Some objects, they create those sync connection widgets, even though we cannot see them. They just exist there, invisible. Okay. Atom. Object has 0 owning references, so it should be dead. I should first do lock owner here. I actually wonder, maybe there is a better way to do it. No, I think this is the pretty much optimal way. It should be always non-null. Okay, it's probably fine. Okay, let's see if this will work now. There was even this one broke. There was even a ghost of the object after it was deleted. Lots of them are crashing. Okay, this one can be deleted. Macro recorder cannot be deleted. We are crashing in. That had much nicer debugging UI. We are going into texture anchors, update endpoints. What's the color of this? Never mind. Too late. It's fixed. Actually, I think most of these functions should work. It's not this section. I think there will be a lot of crashes like that, but those are all very nice crashes to fix. They kind of make sense. This one I can delete. It leaves a ghost. I don't know why the ghost stays. Probably fix this by... I'm not sure how. Okay, can I delete this? No, I cannot. It's crashing in a different place now. Draw. Wow. I think this icon thingy, this should be changed. There is something wrong with this API in general. And this is what's causing the argument to be... Some arguments be really, really large. They are fine, but the, I think, syncable arguments are still fine. I do not remember. What's the issue? Yeah, to do weird in this app. So argument is part of the VM. VM should not care about graphical display of anything. It should only care about memory ownership and control flow. Display should be delegated to the UI layer. I think this is kind of similar to how menu works. In the menu we have this make icon.
Aniet says,
What are we doing?
Fixing crashes, mostly. We have a fun visual scripting language, but it's very brave about multi-threading when it shouldn't be. It's not Rust. I'm kind of writing code as if I was writing Rust, but I'm actually writing C++, and that is causing tons of crashes all over the place.
Eek. These days I've been trying to convert Coquit's models into OnX format. Also haven't been too much fun.
I'm checking different TTS engines because I'm still on the lookout for something better. And the one that I'm using, I think it could be improved. It has too many strokes, especially when you use interpunction too much. I'm using Tortoise TTS. I guess it's not here.
I think that uses one of Coquit's models underneath.
Diox Nexus says,
Arnie, you missed my newest beat.
Check. This is my TTS, and if I scroll far enough, I can even open the website. I guess. This seems to be using XTTS.
Arniette says,
Wasn't it using XTT's V2, which is the newest Coquit's model .py?
Oh, okay. I had no idea that this is the same thing. The repo hasn't been updated in quite some time. It's probably was the development branch. Wow.
Diox Nexus says,
I was feeling so sleepy, but then I just laid on my chair, and now I feel better.
2 years ago. Okay, seems the website is dead. It's not looking great for Cocky.
Arniette says,
Yeah, they have their own full API in Python. I want to implement that into my server API, which has translation models, etc. But I don't want to use Python, so we need to convert to OnX, which hasn't been.
Check what's ONNX. I've heard this a couple of times.
Diox Nexus says,
B2, did you say if you liked Expedition 33?
Music was nice. But even the music usage was kind of heavy-handed. It was like whenever there is something happening, the music just sounded so out of place. It was very strong, powerful music, but the mixing, it felt manipulative. No.
Arnio says,
In a nutshell, it's an interference framework. Inference.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of safe tensors files.
Diox Nexus says,
I guess it's something
At least
similar.
you don't speak French, because that would have spoiled you the whole story.
Arniette says,
PyTorch and TensorFlow is only Python, I believe.
Have you seen what happened with Cursor? Apparently this is how it looks now. Incredible. It used to be a pretty nice VS Code clone. And now it's just a chat window. Ah. Okay, I think this is how it can work. I will provide a default implementation.
Well, can you blame them? My company did a questionnaire with clients on what they want in future software updates. Top 3 were all AI related.
Hard to believe.
Deus Nexus says,
Did they want eye eraser or waifu in a can?
I feel like the people who ask for AI are not the people who use the software, but some kind of company representatives that want to have nice slides, you know, for their promotion. Something that will look nice on a meeting, you know. If you're working on AI, you know, that puts you in a prime spot to be promoted into some kind of new AI-related area. I don't know what the software is doing though, so maybe it also depends on the software.
Aniet says,
Oh no, those were actual users, which makes it worse. And it's bank-related software, which makes it horrifying.
Oh yeah. You know, databases, SQL databases, I feel like AI models are a lot of like those databases. Those databases have a nice language that you can use to talk with them, SQL. But the problem is that if you have access to SQL, you can do whatever you want with them. It's very hard to protect them once somebody has SQL access. I feel like the same is happening with AI. Like, you put AI somewhere, if somebody gets control over the prompt or like the input to the AI, and they do, because you have to send your input from the user to the AI, like prompt injection and SQL injection, this is the same kind of attack. It's just, instead of database, you have language model that now you can control. Anyway, my point is, access to LLMs, if we follow lessons from SQL era, it should be guarded in the same way as access to databases. So, no direct access to models, like only very narrow, pre-processed, escaped bits of data should be, you know, passable to AI. Unless you really want to use AI in this pseudo mode where it has access to everything. Next widget. think this deserves a special file.
Oh yeah. Our first answer was, we consider it, but we will not be providing LM models, nor we will be held responsible about anything AI related. Pretty much. Just to give a way to push-pull data from the software, but where it's being pushed, that's all on you guys.
Sane approach. Okay. So apparently VS Code cannot keep up with fast typing. Let's move those out. Fonts. Oh.
Taos Nexus says,
I know someone who hacks satellites. I think he works at NASA.
Onyet says,
If he works at NASA, does he need to hack the satellites? I'd assume he has access, Elmeo.
Taox Nexus says,
No, it's just funny thing we say to him.
Should have used this shape widget thingy instead of extracting text widget.
I should ask him about rocket science.
Oh. This is perfect. parent, then SVG path, fill color. And transform empty. Okay. Now we will be able to get rid of this. So yeah, this is why this on-off. I mean, the Silangdi is broken, but this icon, it was massive before.
Rocketequation.eu. I have no idea what are those SVGs. But this is on-off, so I guess I can use this SVG. The bigger payload you want to launch, the more you need the fuel, which in return increases weight, which increases how much fuel you need. If Earth was a super planet size, we couldn't even launch rockets.
I think this draw Optical connector. Pick a widget.
My bad. I like rocket science.
Okay, I will have to fix this. Gallery pass icon in this connection widget. We need to store this icon.
It's pretty fun to see skyscrapers lifting off.
And in tick. Yep.
If Earth was supersized, that the rockets couldn't lift off, do you think we would have flying animals?
I think super size shouldn't affect balloons, like aerostatic planes would still be possible.
Maybe insects like dragonflies, their wingspan is longer than their body length.
Yeah, and they could certainly use the density of atmosphere to fly easier. Like the smaller they are, they could use wind more. Wind is more efficient the denser the air is.
And dragonflies being the most successful hunters.
Oniet says,
Nexus, but you are assuming the animals would evolve in the same way as animals evolved in our ecosystem.
Here we are creating icon in a lazy way. And then we use it much later. Here.
Diox Nexus says,
What so evolution works in other ways on other planets?
use most of those. Wow, paint is very heavy, 80 bytes. Wow.
I am wondering if animals of any kind would adapt to supergravity and would be able to achieve flight when even rockets couldn't.
Okay, paint mixing. Where do I use this? Yin Yang icon has this. Paint mixing.
Arnit says,
Oh damn, how many years has it been since I last heard this song?
Diox Nexus says,
Old!
This album called Daft Club. They made a nice music video, like a full-length music, full-length movie. Yeah, that one. Interstellar 5555.
Daft Punk 5555.
Arnit says,
Oh yeah, Interstellar. Watched it very long time ago.
Oh, not a pointer. Okay, now it is a pointer. Thank you. I think I remember why I stopped using cursor. VS Code. It just stops when you type too fast. I mean, the amount of visual windows that keep popping up accidentally. Just breaks. Oh. A lot of errors. It has to be changed.
Nexus says.
Going back to my question, could be animals that are like balloons, that produce their own gas that is lighter than oxygen. Well, nitrogen. I think this text widget is necessary. And get rid of this.
Okay, so I need to include font, I guess. I'm not sure why all of those things broke, but doesn't matter. Those are small things. Okay. Bit of this and this. Okay, this will be very easy.
Do you think all the people who like to code enjoy text-based games?
Do they?
In both cases, they read a lot.
Shouldn't be make toy, it should be make icon. Current shape is going to be a jump path, and color is going to be, I don't know. Okay. This is here. Instructions, do jump instructions have... The jump instructions are missing completely from here. Okay, no connection widget caches the icon. This might be one more thing. I don't think this should be passed as a reference. Probably be a pointer. All of them seem to use this play icon, but that's fine, that's okay. Or maybe I can record something. And these connections, they use arrows. So strange.
Arnie, you gonna stream?
Arnett says,
I will after work. So we'll be playing Overwatch.
Diox Nexus says,
And that is?
Arnett says,
In 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Diox Nexus says,
Math could rage you.
With one viewer. That's a rate. I don't think I have ever used the raid feature. I have been raided.
Arnett says,
I mean, I wouldn't say no. But then again, I don't see how coding and Overwatch relate to one another, El Mal.
Diox Nexus says,
Yet you do both.
Arnett says,
I barely ever stream coding though. Too distracting for my like.
Diox Nexus says,
Isn't that we met? How we met.
What was I even trying to do here? I did change a lot of files. I like where this is going, but what was the point? Crashing when deleting objects through bubble menu. Oh well.
Onyet says,
Yes, but as you notice, the number of coding streams have dwindled afterwards.
Meister Chica says,
Deus needs to meet specimen of his species.
Thus Nexus says,
CP Chica not possible. I am one of a kind.
Onitwas says,
Diox Nexus, thank God. We don't need two of you, Lelmel.
Thus Nexus says,
Arniet Hell only needs one Satan.
Onyet says,
Damn Nexus, I was following a Jason stream, and you distracted me, and I forgot what I was following it for Almau.
Diox Nexus says,
Not my fault that your gray matter consists of sawdust.
Onyet says,
At this point, I doubt it consists of anything, TBH.
Deus Nexus says,
Can I use it for reverb?
I wanted to see if I can, I don't know, delete objects. Okay, this timeline has a nice... It looks like I'm keeping number of seconds in 64-bit integers.
Onyet says,
If you don't mind mud sound.
Meister Chica says,
I'm glad I married a doctor. I need therapy from Deus.
Oh, there's also this issue where this object becomes invisible when dragged.
Onyet says,
CP Chica, can I get Isher's phone number? I might need their services.
Diox Nexus says,
There are two kinds of doctors, and I don't think any of them deal with therapy.
guess it's time to continue debugging. Oh yeah, I remember. There was a problem with reference to the icon. Now it's cached in the connection widget, so the error should be gone. Let's see where the next crash comes from. And, I like to look at this list of green bubbles, which shows how much was done, but it's time to delete them. I think actually on stream we only did this day. That was... other things were yesterday. Anyway. Have debug window popping up slowly. It is doing I don't know what. Whatever the apps are doing before they display something. So this object. Yes, I can delete it. Macro recorder. Yes, I can delete it. Oh. Timer. Okay, didn't crash. Hotkey. Didn't crash. Depressor. Mouse. Let's also see some of the mouse trends. Those ghosts, they are strange. This one I can delete, works. This one. This one doesn't even want to show me the right-click menu. There's something wrong with instruction library.
Lol, I made a streamer restart the stream. I grow more powerful.
Automat says,
That poor soul.
Works. This one works.
Diax Nexus says,
It's okay. It's Mort. He is a sock.
Okay. You can now delete objects, and this is no longer crashing Automat. Improvement. So right-click doesn't work, and there are also ghosts. I have no idea how to... So, one way to notify a root widget that it should re-render would be if we had level poi. Anyway, I'm not sure if we are getting closer or not. I feel like the sync widget, it used to work, now it doesn't. Yeah, moving the objects which are synchronized causes a crash. Bizarre. But somehow synchronization seems to work. Oh yeah, I tried moving the object again. Anyway. It's getting late. I guess the plan for next stream is to continue fixing as much as possible. There is going to be a new meetup in London in 2 or 3 weeks, something like that. I think I'm going there and I wanted to do a demo, but right now Automat is in a state where it barely runs. I think I will spend all my time fixing as many bugs as I can, make it stable. I guess it's time to figure out what the demo could be about. Anyway. Yeah, so next week, in 2 days, on Friday, we'll try to fix more of those bugs and maybe we'll finally have visible belts. We had them for some time. It just broke. Anyway, see you on Friday. Bye bye.